Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata, greatest living draftsman, and I've got a new course out, Design Fundamentals. It's meant to help you understand design on a comprehensive and principled level and show you how to run projects that build skills and contribute to a portfolio. Maybe you want to be a concept artist, an illustrator, a fine artist, or just the most badass hobbyist on your block. Whatever you want to do with art, if you ever want to do anything vaguely original, you need to understand design. You need a process and a mental framework for getting to something new rather than just copying what you've seen before or photos of stuff that already exists. If you do want to improve at design, that process, that mental framework, it does exist. It's based on the principles of design, and I've spent the past year, wait, is it more than a year? Oh my God, this took forever. I've spent the past whatever putting this course together, full of my insights into the elements of art and the principles of design. Across 10 assignments in this course, you will be concepting your own imagined video game. You'll come up with the overall idea, you'll pick a theme, you'll write a treatment, and you'll design assets that give you a chance to practice all these new concepts. And at the end, all of these individual assignments come together into a cohesive final image. When I designed this syllabus, I wanted to make the course I wish I had taken back in my first year of school. And I did. If I was asked to teach Design 1 at Art Center today, I would just play these videos as my lectures, and this is the same cohesive, practical, fun assignment I would make the students do all semester. Also, just like a college course, everyone gets my feedback on all 10 assignments. In the exclusive course community, you can post your work to get feedback from me and your peers, and there's even a video workroom that's always open so you can hang out together while you work. So if you're interested, go to zapatacourses.com/design fundamentals and check it out. And I will see you on the other side of the mystical gateway of design.
Come in. Oh,
Hello, Joseph, is it?
hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you drew this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with Form from Imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about Form from Imagination. Hello. I messed up and launched the stream unlisted and then had to switch it to public. Can anybody confirm, real quick in the chat, that they are from just the regular YouTube home feed? Confirm that you did not find out about this stream from a Discord notification. Can anybody confirm that? Did you just see that the stream was live on YouTube? All right, people were just finding it from the feed. Okay, that was my mistake. I just don't know if that actually like messes with, if you launched it unlisted, would it not tell people who would normally see it public? Fix my whole... I just need to actually redo the studio. El studio. All right, Erst, On Call, Tu Vieja, William Conway, Memorph, Gavin, Visitor 05, A, Kyokusei, Gemmel, and Nob. Welcome, 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 welcome. What goes on? Black Friday sale continues. Both my big old courses still on sale. Will be on sale all month. And you can find links to those in the description. Actually, let me make sure you can find links to those in the description. Yes, you can. Knob says, thought the stream was exclusive for us Discorders. No, I just goofed. Big goofing. How's life, Brotato? Good, good. Wonderful. Spend most of my time taking care of my kid. Most of my time taking care of my kid. These days. Figuring that out. I do think something's up. Viewers are very low for how long we've been going already. We've usually got a bit more than this. I might restart and do it right and just have it public from the beginning. My gut's telling me something feels a little, something just feels off. Let's see, it's ticking up. Let's see how it goes. Let's honor some patrons. Let's see, last stream was what? The 6th. So since last stream, I think we've got 3. I want to thank Sako, Moaz, and Lemons. Once again, that's Sako, Muaz, M-O-U-A-Z, Mouse? Maybe that's mouse. Mouse. Like mouse. And Lemons. Big thank you to Sako, Mouse, and Lemons for supporting what we do here on the channel, for supporting the art, supporting the stream, supporting the YouTube. The YouTube. Thank you so much, guys. I very much appreciate it. And if I was the almighty power, I wouldn't hurl you headlong flaming from the ethereal sky, with hideous ruin and combustion, down to bottomless perdition, who durst defy the omnipotent to arms. 9 times the space that measures day and night to mortal man, etc., etc. Don't make me say the whole thing. Don't make me say it. Just know that because of the honor you have given me, it's reciprocal. Also honored right back. And I wouldn't hurl you headlong flaming. I would not. All right, what are we doing today? We're doing design all month in honor of the design course. I have a bunch of old character lineups that I want to poke at. So I want to poke at this and finish up a couple things, add a couple patterns to this guy, little stuff. Just things I remember I had wanted to do and then I didn't get around to when I did these on stream. And I have a sheet of Yeti designs that used to just be these 2 on the right, and I always liked this sheet. The other night I did this 3rd, because for me, character options kind of need, I don't know, for me, it needs 3. It needs 3 to feel right. So I sketched the one on the left the other day to round it out. So I will poke at that one, maybe the other 2. I've got some animal nobles that we did on stream at some point. I'll poke at those as well. And really I have a lot of character lineups that are really all of them. I could find something to poke at on them. And that's what we will do. And it will be fun and I will enjoy myself. And it's that simple. Let me put on a little music for myself. I feel like it today. Let's just, since we're doing mostly fantasy stuff here, let's just do the good old fashioned Divinity Original Sin 2 soundtrack. I don't want to have my headphones on, so I'm going to try to play it over my speakers, and you guys let me know if it messes with my audio filters too much to be tolerable. I don't need you guys to actually hear it. It's just a little lightest bit of ambiance. Pop this out too. You guys probably can't even hear it, right? It's probably just loud enough for me to hear and for me to get a copyright strike. That's it. So what's up, folks? Hail, good fellow, what news? Sorry, I'm just getting peeved at things I need to reposition. Yeah. Let's start over here on these goblins. This guy's bottom has always bothered me. Not his butt, just the bottom of his design. And that chest strap needs a little bit of love. I'm trying, I've always told myself I need to build the habit of actually going back and finishing the decent things that I sketch. So here's me trying. Here is me trying. What do I want to do this with right now? You know, when news did have me genuinely mad, more than most of the news of this sort really does, is the thing that happened with the Game of Thrones book illustrated edition. Maybe you guys caught this scandal that's going on now, but the new, I think it was like a 20th anniversary illustrated edition of Feast for Crows. Everybody's angry because the illustrations are AI, or at least partially AI. Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. Anyone who's developed any sensitivity or attention to that sort of thing knows, yeah, those are AI. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wonder if anyone's run them through Hive or anything, but the question is, it definitely, to me, it definitely looks like AI was used on those images. Everybody's getting that gut feeling. I was looking into it, and it is hard to figure out where things went wrong, right? It's like, I think everybody's looking like, AI happened here, but no one really knows. Was it the artist? Was it the publisher? Was it the AD on the project? It's like pretty confusing, but I think it's an abysmal mess. Hey everyone, I was just about to go to sleep, so I wish you guys a happy drawing session. Take care, and rest well. Kyokusei says, do you still make time to go outside regularly when it starts to get cold? Yeah. This is like the first encoldening where that's been pretty limited. And the thing, I have a dog, so for years and years, like it doesn't matter how cold it is or what the weather is, I have to take the dog out 3 times a day, right? So that's just been the case for years and years. It's a little less so now because now I've got the baby a lot of the time. I can't be taking them out into the cold. Dog just goes out in the backyard instead. But we'll see. I generally can't just be inside all day. It's difficult for me to let that go. I go crazy. And I'm always very aware of it. It doesn't like slip my mind. Cody says, wonder if Martin knew. My gut says no. I would guess not. But I think Martin is probably hands off on a lot of things like that now. I think he's probably, given that the things he could be directly involved in are like making a new show, like writing or giving feedback on a brand new TV show. I doubt he has much time for something like an illustrated edition. The post that the art director made in response seemed to imply that she was in complete control of it and maybe George hadn't even seen it. Even if he had, at this point, they might say he hadn't, just because things are getting so nasty. Ooh, so nasty. Memorp says, I'm using Photoshop for digital painting for the first time in 5 ever. Do you use swatches as a sort of palette to keep colors, values consistent? Not the Photoshop function of palettes. Every now and then, like, if I really need to work out a color design, I do little swatches that look kind of like... Whoop. I do little swatches that look kind of like this. If you take my design course, which is on sale now, you'll see my whole thinking about it. And there's assignments where I require people to make these. And when I have a swatch like this that I've made, I keep it up around with the character for as long as it's useful. It's always hidden on a layer, but I don't use like the Photoshop swatches themselves. Looks like a little beach blanket. Abstract says, hi, Stephen, let's be real. Dennis Sarrazin is the greatest modern artist. Wouldn't you agree? He is great, but anyone who isn't me couldn't possibly be the best. You see, I have the mind of a true artist, so I cannot tolerate the notion of anyone being the greatest other than myself. Cody says, it's funny. I feel like the sentiment towards AI images, even amongst non-artists, is shifting heavily towards disdain. You'd think companies or ADs realize it could harm sales. You would think. You would think. But I was seeing online that people have already started getting refunds for the book and returning it over the images. So hopefully this one will send a very clear message. Hopefully Penguin will learn something on this one. Hopefully it's not a hypothetical for them anymore, and they'll see, whoa, if we let AI slip through, people are going to be pissed, and then we've got a recall on our hands, or essentially a recall. Well, you know, I guess it depends how much it would sell. I mean, in general, books don't really sell that much, so it's like maybe a bunch of people returning it would be very appreciable, but even if it's like a big movement online, imagine they did sell a ton of books and, you know, oh, there's a big movement to return it. It's less than 0.1% of the total sales. It's like, would they really care? I wonder. We'll see. It's also not just, in this case, it's not just like an anti-AI sentiment. It's like the images are just terribly inaccurate to Song of Ice and Fire, and it's pissing off the fans, you know? Sang says, Steven, do you hate Picasso? And if so, why? No. He was a pretty loathsome person, from what I've heard. But I don't hate the art. I'm not one of these people who has a bug up their ass about modern art and thinks, you know, oh, modern art is stealing attention from people who are great at painting portraits or something like that. I don't feel that way. I don't know. I think you'd have a hard time making a case that Picasso was not a great artist, you know. Daryl says throwbacks. These are from when Form from Imagination launched, right? Geez, I don't even remember. I know I did these on stream, but I don't remember when. I don't. I just don't. My memory must be going. Zon Morningstar says, my favorite artist is Anastasia Seeloff Love. I don't know her. I haven't heard of her. You're such an inspirational artist. Love your work. Thank you, Zon. I'll have to check out Anastasia. Max Love says, about AI, big mobile game company in my country laid off 70% of the 2D art department. Most productive people are not happy. They implemented AI, as we're told by management, and are being very productive. Max says, in interview, they cannot believe how this happened. They just used a new instrument. It's like, yeah, you just used a new instrument, but the instrument is not like other instruments. The instrument is definitively and obviously meant to replace artists. So I don't know. I have to admit, I don't see how you could be surprised that if you bring AI into the company, that it's not going to result in layoffs, you know? Especially for something like art, you know? You know, the money guys have always seen art as the irreducibly human in the process. Of course, if you bring the art reproduction machine, or not reproduction, but generation machine into the office, you got to expect that the money guys are going to be inclined to use it to replace people as soon as they can. Most of them are. Most of them are. They're not squishy like us, you know? Cody says, wait, didn't Martin just recently get the all clear to sue OpenAI for copyright infringement? Yes, so it's a very bad look for the, you know, Song of Ice and Fire or Game of Thrones sector right now. Like a few weeks ago, so they had to know he's not cool with that stuff. Yeah, I mean, if you look into it, I mean, this case is only a few days old and there's not a lot of info out there, but when I was looking into it, I'm like, someone did something messed up here, and the question is who, and how could we ever know? You know, will the info ever come out? It's stranger and stranger the more and more that you look at it. You know, the artist is saying that he doesn't use AI. He left the door open to some implication that maybe the publisher did on top of works that he submitted. But then the AD posted on George R. R. Martin's blog saying that as far as they knew, no AI was used anywhere in the process, which is like, okay. Seemed like a real, you know, I don't know how old they are. I was going to say boomer, but it's like, it just seemed like a real not hip with it statement, because it's like, I don't know, any reasonable person who's been following this stuff would look at the images and be like, yeah, there's probably some AI here. It's just all it's all bad, you know. You look at the artist portfolio, you know, they didn't really do any work like that before the job. Also, you know, not to be mean or anything, but like, how did they get that job? Like, you know, just to Glengarry Glen Ross it, like, when I find out whose cousin you are. I mean, the best fantasy artists in the world would have to work their ass off and rip each other's teeth out to get the, you know, illustrated 20th anniversary edition of a freaking Song of Ice and Fire book. And this guy's portfolio is just not there. So given the strangeness of what's going on here, it really is like, what happened exactly? What the hell happened? All the way to the beginning. Like, what was happening even at the point of hiring the people, and what were the ADs doing? I don't know. Like everybody else online, we don't have the information that we need to know the truth. I am very curious to watch and see as more things come out, though. Samuel says, I feel a fair bit of artists from the past were loathsome. Yeah. Some aren't, just like anyone really. Picasso's seen as a jerk, and Monet, Sorolla were big family men. Yeah, well, I think especially in the past, you had to be a bit of a countercultural, willing to do whatever you wanted, kind of a this very stubborn person to be an artist in the past, I think, especially the further back that you go, You think it's hard now. But then again, I don't know, maybe on balance it was easier because maybe within the apprentice system, it was more like you either got plucked up when you were a kid or you weren't allowed to think about it. Get out in the field. Maybe it is harder now because the possibility of being an artist sort of gnaws at creative people's brains for their whole lives if they don't give it a shot. Lon J. Juf says, Stephen, how can I now execute my project, which I have written down quite explicitly? I can't seem myself to just do it. Well, I mean, that's it. You have to just do it. You have to just do it. I know that may sound sort of like a cop-out or like too easy, but there's nothing easy about it. You have to take what you wrote. So a lot of people, I find, are living a narrative of struggling with art, but they don't sit and actually struggle with art. And that's a big problem. If your current struggle, right, I can't see myself to just do it, is occurring, if that struggle is occurring in front of video games or while driving a car or while, sitting in your backyard by the fire, having a beer, if that's where the struggle is occurring, something is going very wrong. That struggle needs to occur in front of a piece of paper. And with just a set time, right? Like I told myself I'm going to work on this thing for an hour, right? Even if you're not going to sit in front of the piece of paper for an hour, give yourself a time frame. Say, I'm going to sit in front of it for 10 minutes. And if in 10 minutes I can't start drawing, then I'll bail on the whole hour. But give yourself at least the 10 minutes, right? And struggle there. Struggle in front of the paper. Do it at the drawing board. Do it where you're supposed to work. And give yourself the option to not draw if you feel confused, right? Most people, if they put themselves in the ritual space and they give themselves the option to sit and do nothing, will just get bored enough that they'll start drawing. And then even if you're not doing a great job, guess what? You brought yourself to actually do it, to actually do the project that you laid out for yourself. If you don't do this, just to give you the other side of it, remember that you are engaging in an existentially dangerous thing. I always struggle to find the words here, but basically what I'm trying to do is remind people that you are not special, and it is actually possible for you to die with the best of you locked inside of you. Statistically speaking, that is almost guaranteed to happen. Statistically speaking, it doesn't matter that you are the one with your name and experiencing your sensations. It is statistically almost guaranteed that you will never make real the things that you think are cool, that you will never actualize a high virtuosic level of skill. It is statistically nigh unto guaranteed that you will never complete the big things that you wish you would complete. You must fight against that near statistical certainty with great vigor. You have to take seriously that This is a hard race and you're probably not going to do it. That should be galling to you. That should be vexing to you. That should give you some energy to sit and at least do something bad, right? Sit and at least do something bad. Don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. Don't just get caught up in an abstract, I can't bring myself to do it. Do something. Damn. Abstract says, hi, Stephen, do you think the prices for modern art are justified? Like a single painting being for 40 million? Well, the paintings that go for 40 million are historically significant paintings, right? Like, it's not just, and you're probably being a little biased, right? Like, are you upset that a Frank Frazetta has gone for $10 million? Or are you only upset that, a Rothko goes for $40 million, right? Like, because I bet a lot of people in this chat are like, oh, it's great that Frazetta went for 10 million or 40 million, right? He has a very high painting rate, and he holds the record for the most expensive fantasy painting at auction. I would be surprised if anyone in this chat had a negative opinion of the Frazetta going for that much, but our biases kick in, our prejudices, and if we don't like the painting, then it can't be worth $40 million. But it's like, they're historically significant. They're important pieces of art. I just remembered I have a donation that I need to get to. I will get to you. And then I'll come back up to the chat. But yeah, it's like a $40 million painting probably was some turning point, is a big part in a famous artist's oeuvre, and they're bought as investments, right? So as investments, as speculative investments, it's like that market is always going to go insane. So I don't know. Do I agree with it? I don't know. I don't know what that means, but am I surprised? Like, no, I'm not surprised. Do I think they're justified? It depends what you mean by justified. Like, do I find it spiritually justified? I don't find money spiritually justified necessarily, but do I find it justified in terms of markets that a painting is worth $40 million? Sure. Dumber shit than painting is worth dumber shit than paintings is worth $40 million. Gems gave a 100 ARS donation. Thank you so much, Gems. Gems says, hi, sir. What do you think about artists getting hired by the government and cling themselves has one? If I can ask, love you. What do you think about artists getting hired by the government? Okay, and calling themselves as one, like as an artist, Gems? Are you talking about like propaganda artists? I guess I'm not sure what you're referring to. It sounds like you're talking about like a specific case of something that I don't know. Do you want to give me more information? If you're asking me what I think about propaganda artists who are actually hired by the government, I think it fits. Let's say they're making images. I don't know if they're artists, right? At least not in the most people's definition of being an artist. I think at that point you're more of a mercenary than an artist. You're doing something that you wouldn't necessarily do otherwise for the money. It's a much more mercenary capacity than an artistic capacity. Thank you for the donation, by the way. As always, I'm going to turn that money into pure, uncut Colombian coffee that I will brew and put in a bottle, 6 ounces at a time, for my little boy, and feed it to him scalding hot to unlock the true power of his Colombian genetics, of course. Jem says, yes, you understand it correctly. Yeah, I mean, propaganda has a very bad name in general. I mean, I have to say that propaganda is an example where I don't know a good... Can I think of a propagandist who I thought made good art right now? Let me actually think about it. Just give my memory a little time to unfold and see if I've ever heard of one. I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe unbeknownst to them, some people think, for example, that Jackson Pollock was sort of propped up by the CIA of the United States, which I haven't done a ton of research into it, but the little that I've done or bumped into seems authentic. It seems like, yeah, the CIA did have something to do with that. And, you know, they wanted to create an American art to fight Russian art, or a communist art. But it seems like that it's possible that happened without Jackson knowing, right? So he might have been in the strange situation of being an unwitting propagandist, which is pretty interesting. But that aside, because I like Jackson Pollock, you know, I think he is quite an interesting artist, and he did do new things at the time. Odd edge cases like that aside, I don't think I know of any propagandists who I thought did good work. So yeah, generally I don't like it, you know. It's much more mercenary than it is artistic. It comes from a different set of impulses. I think it comes from a survival, I need money impulse, which is not really an artistic impulse, you know. Let me see what questions I missed up here. Zahn says, are you ever going to make a full-length show based on your Zapata universe of Zapata clones? Love that so much. I mean, if you guys fund it, you know, if you guys will pay for a Kickstarter to hire an animation studio, yeah, I'll do it. I won't even we'll kickstart it just for the huge amount of money it would take to actually produce, you know, nothing on top of that, just the production cost. We'll run it at cost. If this channel ever reaches a critical mass where that's possible, we'll definitely do it. We'll definitely do it. I could write a season of Drawing Ascendant in a day. I know it. I'm sure I could write it in a day. It's all waiting to explode out. Jordy says you should release an AI course where you trick AI bros into actually enjoying drawing. Yeah, good luck. I think that'd be a hard ask. Shaunusum says, even if AI wasn't used, talking about the Song of Ice and Fire book, even if AI wasn't used, the characters look so inaccurate, but it definitely was used. Yeah, something was way off. I mean, yeah, there was tons of just what can only be described as flat out just mistakes, right? Like things that I don't see a serious AD letting slide, like characters using the wrong weapons, having the wrong hair colors, wrong haircuts, like just completely off description, you know? Kaiser Cross says, I only trust legacy artists when it comes to honesty. I see a lot of current artists just straight up copying the Midjourney output. Yeah. And I think that's a horrible thing that the AI companies did. You know, just, there's going to be a whole generation of artists now that, you know, people are either just going to assume everything is AI and not care, or every new artist is going to have to step through the door and prove themselves, which is a burden that should be unnecessary, you know. And then people like me, we have the good luck of, you know, a tiny amount of research will show that we've been around forever and that we're of the age where our skills are real, and we just get the unfair benefit of that. I really wish young artists weren't going to have to go through that, but I'm pretty certain they're going to. They're going to have to. I'm going to jump down to this dono from Bendik Solbakken, who gives 119 NOK. Thank you so much. Did I love the other one? I did. Bendik says, related to the just do it tip, have you ever thought about the idea of fear of sincere effort? I feel it gets scarier the closer I get to being genuine and end up doing endless studies or fan art. Absolutely. It's one of the most common things that I get students struggling with. You know, there is just a fear that if you tap into the real, you're going to be too vulnerable. You're going to expose yourself too much, you know. Studies are safe, you know. Everyone knows, like, oh, studies, you're kind of supposed to mess them up, right? Like, I'm learning perspective because I don't get perspective. So there's a safety there. Fan art, you're already benefiting from the cultural cachet of that thing. But a lot of people really, really, even before they've tried it, it just breaks their heart, the idea that I'm going to put a sincere, huge effort, maybe months or years into something to release it. And it's just very possible that no one will care, and then does that mean that the thing that I put all this effort in doesn't matter and things like that? It's a very hard thing to stomach for a lot of people. Because it is, it's a product of our culture, and it does kind of suck that things can go that way for somebody. But it happens to successful artists and projects that really, with all good reason, you should have expected would take off, right? So there's no avoiding things like that. So it is better to just, fulfill your heart and go genuine and accept the consequences, truly. Thank you for the donation, Bendik. I really appreciate it. More coffee for the boy. More coffee for the child. And Gavin gives $5. Thank you, Gavin. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Gavin says, here's to more coffee for the kid. I got one question for you. I'm going to college soon. Have you heard of Ringling? I think I'm going to go there. Great school. Great school. I know a few people who went to Ringling. I know a few people who taught at Ringling. It's a great, well-historied illustration and design school. If you're thinking about it, I think it would be a great choice. Ringling was very well respected when I was going to school. I'm sure it's still the case. I might have considered going there when I was looking for colleges, but I think at the time they didn't have an entertainment program, so it sort of ruled it out for me. But great school. I think you should go. Oh, look, Whole Wheat Mango goes to Ringling right now. You guys should talk. You guys should talk. Yeah, a lot of really badass artists have come from Ringling. Seems like a great school. Do it. Go for it and have a great time. Where is it? Ringling's in Florida, right? If I'm not mistaken. Thank you for the $5 again. And yes, indeed, it's more coffee for the boy. More scalding hot, black, unmilked, unsugared Colombian coffee, brewed, put in a 6-ounce bottle, and fed to my son while I go coochie coochie coo. He downs it in one gulp, and then his body starts to vibrate. And then it starts to vibrate so fast that he ascendeth into the sky. He levitates out of my arms, shaking, trembling, and it begins to glow gold. I don't know what happens next, because every time I black out. And when I wake up, he's asleep in his bassinet. 16 hours later. He seems as happy as could be, totally relaxed. I don't know how I got in bed next to him. It works great. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what I always say. Visitor 05 says, it's time to brew, Jesse. Tris Fargis says, hi, Stephen. Hope you're doing great. My shadow shapes tend to be too annoying. How to train, learn, see interesting shadow shapes. Do you want to elaborate on what you mean by annoying? I'm not sure what that means. In general, if you don't want to elaborate, shadow shapes, you learn a lot about them through observation. The best thing is always observation. Look at a billion shadow shapes in real life. That will help you understand what, look at and draw a billion shadow shapes from real life. That will help you understand what is their characteristic features. Beyond that, probably the like pocket tip that I give people the most is about cast shadow shapes, which, let's not forget, cast shadows don't just occur on the floor, right? Like something complex like a person cast shadows onto other parts of their body as well, a lot of the time, almost every time. So a cast shadow should be not necessarily accurate. That's less useful for a cast shadow. You want to design them so that they are characteristic of the form that is casting them and the form that it is being cast upon. Those two things. If the cast shadow is shaped that way, you're good. So is Thursday going to be stream day? It might be. So far it's been working out that Thursday night is the most natural night for me to stream. With my schedule, my baby's schedule, and my wife's schedule. So we might, for the first time in the history of Estream, lock it in. Might be coming. We might lock it in and say the official stream schedule is Thursdays at 7. We'll see. It might turn out that that's the case. Bone Loaf says, what art school would you go to today if you had to? I actually don't regret my school choice. I'd go to Art Center again, I think. I've yet to hear something about another school that would really like. They all seem to have similar, not similar benefits. Definitely, a lot of schools are. A lot of art schools are way worse. It's like most art schools are fucking awful. There's no good middle, and then there's some really good schools. But they almost all have the same problems. So in the intervening years, I haven't heard much about other schools that would make me think I would rather go there than Art Center. Also, I interpreted it as like, I'm saying I'd go to like the Art Center I went to again. It's possible Art Center is very different now. I am just remembering that they did have OpenAI come through for portfolio reviews recently. Not sure I'd go to that art center, but I don't regret my art school decision as it was when I went. Stephen, how are you so quick-witted? Coffee, coffee, coffee. Coffee unlocks the full potential of my Colombian genetics, just like my son. I said, why do I sound like the Costco family? Double chocolate crunch or whatever. Mimorb says, what happens to my Mexican genetics after imbibing smoldering Colombian coffee? You wouldn't survive it, man. You wouldn't survive. You guys drink different stuff. You guys drink different stuff. It would melt you from the inside. It'd cut through you like xenomorph blood. You don't want to be doing that. music go? YS Ryan said, has the new pastel technique you are experimenting with in traditional spilled over to digital? No. I mean, that might just be the equivalent of using the airbrush or something in digital. I don't think that pastel technique is unlocking anything very interesting in digital, you know. I tend to think of the things as totally separate now, anyway. It's like I've given up hope that there's any real way for digital to capture the tactile miracle that is traditional, you know. A says, will you feed your child whole coffee beans to chew while they are teething? Absolutely. Absolutely. What kind of household do you think this is? I want a serious child. I want someone who's really going to interface with the world. Who's not just going to let life slip them by. Of course I'm going to have them munching on coffee beans. Right away. Right away. Munching on coffee beans right away. Giving the coffee beans to the children. You guys know that song? Great song. Me personally, I love that song. Such a good song. Ayub says, yo, Steven, what were the things that you struggled with when trying to learn how to draw, and what was your answer to those problems? I'm really bad with values and color, and I don't know how to fix that. I was bad at everything. I mean, everything. Probably the thing I was worst, the thing that I had the most struggle with was color, but I was bad at everything. Absolutely. Everything. Yeah. What was my answer to those problems? I can't, because I was bad at everything, I really can't give a short answer for that. You know, my answer for that looks like my entire history of practicing art and experimenting and troubleshooting my shortfallings and things like that. That's just the truth. It's like, you ask me, what did you do to get good at values? It's like, I had to work super hard at it in 1,000 different ways for fucking 25 years. That's, it. Cody says, Steven, in the past, I've taken breaks from art for a while. When I come back, I've always experienced feeling like I'd somehow learned even more despite not drawing. Is that a real thing? Absolutely. Absolutely. I often feel I'm better after a break. I think some people would assume that any kind of break, a couple weeks, a month, something like that, you're going to get really rusty and there's no way you could be better after the break, like on that first drawing back. But I think there's another thing that happens, which is you can get drawing drunk. You can just get into a state where you're doing nothing but drawing, either for yourself or for work or something like that. Work will definitely put you through it. And when you do that, you get caught up on these currents of momentum and you just wind up doing your habits over and over and over again. And so even though you're drawing a lot, you're not really clicking with the content, which is, of course, the most important thing for making good work. You're just redoing those habits. You're just iterating on those habits over and over again. So a long break can sort of break you out of that. And then when you come back, you do something interesting and good right off the bat because you're out of those habits. You're back to thinking about what the heck am I drawing, What do you think about Odd Nerdrum and the philosophy surrounding him? I like Odd's work, but I don't know anything about the philosophy surrounding him. I have something in my head like he claims to be like the only like actual painter or something like that. Is that true? Like he's basically saying that no one else is actually painting, that he's the only one who's like actually painting. Manuel, can you elaborate on the philosophy surrounding Odd Nerdrum? I'd like to know if you know a bit about it. I mean, if the philosophy around him just comes down to delusions of grandeur, it's like Come on, buddy. What artist doesn't have delusions of grandeur? Like, that's not actually special. Like, all artists worth their salt do think they're the best artists ever. They do think that they're mainlining the secret truth of the universe. They do believe that they are God's avatar. It's like, that's always been the case. All the greats were mystics, you know. They'd let it, you know, they'd either base their practice around it or they'd let it leak in a notebook or something like that. But they were all, you know, in contact with God, you know. Why else would you make art? It's delusions of grandeur up and down, you know. There's nothing but delusions of grandeur. Longef says, okay, I did the thing and I'm pretty shit at it. What's the next move? Analyze where you're shit. Do a study to try to improve that thing that you suck at. Attempt the thing again, rinse, dry, repeat. And do it in that order on most days. Attempt your creative work first. Let the failures in the creative work inform what you're going to study. When you find something good in the study, you're like, that explains how to fix my creative work. Go the fuck to sleep. So that you're excited to draw again the next day. Wake up the next day, charged up, because you know where you're going to begin. You know, you have an idea right off the bat. You're like, today I know how to get the hand right. Yeah. Let that energy drive you to the drawing board. Attempt the creative work again with that treasure in hand. Discover new failure, rinse, dry, repeat, rinse, dry, repeat, rinse, dry, repeat. 30 years, master artist, etc., etc. Do not do it in reverse. Do not let the studies drive the creative work. To be clear, you can, in the day, put the studying before the creative work. I don't advise that. I mean, like, mentally, don't let the studies be dominant over the creative work. Don't put the cart before the horse in your head. Longjeff says, how do I fit master studies in here? I kind of want my stuff to look like Mucha with pen and ink. You don't... Some people just love doing master studies. I did, right, for a long time. I don't really do them that much anymore, but there was a period of years where I did them a lot. If you like doing them, do them as much as you like doing them, right? They're always educational. They're a fun way to just, if you have some sketchbook time and you have no other structured thing driving what you want to do in the sketchbook, just do some copies. I did that for a long time, you know? But what I want to say to a lot of people is that these study things, like the current zeitgeist around studying is very much based on volume, and that is just a cultural construct, and that is not like how art works. Nobody knows how art works. You want your stuff to look like Mucha with pen and ink, right? So you're saying, oh, I want to do a master study of Mucha. You don't need to do 3 a month, 100, 1,000. You don't need to put it into some weekly syllabus. I think a lot of artists would be better served by do one perfect study of a muka. That would do most artists a lot more good than 1,000 half-assed studies. I've only done one master copy where I earnestly tried. There's probably more than one, but it's less than 3 probably, where I earnestly tried to just do it perfect, an exact copy of the painting. And that taught me more than most other studies. It's like really see what it takes to have a masterwork come off the brush, you know? It was an N.C. Wyeth painting. I think, what is it? It was N.C. Wyeth's painting of Stonewall Jackson, I think. Cody says, if you could pick any war in history to safely stand on the sidelines and do plein air of it, what would it be? World War III. Of course. Bendick says, would you say making meaningful art comes down to making art that's meaningful to you, whatever subject, or is there an external factor? No, I'd say it is what's meaningful to you. I don't know. I've thought about that a lot, and that's always been the conclusion that I come to. You can't control what other people feel, you know. There is no realistic hope of controlling your way to making something that is meaningful to another. You know, it can only be for you. Tu Vieja says, Stephen, I remember hearing you say that you were pretty bad at drawing for a long time. What was the thing or understanding that gave you the means to start improving? I wouldn't say it was any one thing. You know, it really always comes... there's so much to do in drawing that I think for everybody, it comes down to a huge mass of eurekas and insights and growth. If I had to say anything, I'd probably, if I had to say anything, I'd probably chalk it up to The principles of design, I think. Yeah. I think for me, that was what abstracted the concepts enough away from the concrete that, because I have a very a naturally very stuffy, analytical, wants everything to be objective kind of a mind. That's sort of what I had out of the box and going into art. The principles of design were, even though a lot of people had tried to help me loosen up, the principles of design were what finally sort of broke the illusion that things in art were rigid, And then once that was broken, I could finally give up the hope that you could rigid your way to good work. And then that let me let go. And then that really started a big era of change for the better. It was before that, to try to clarify what I'm saying, before that, I thought that good anatomy would be unlocked by knowing all the medical knowledge about anatomy. And after my experience with the principles of design, I knew that the number one thing would always be design things to look good, idiot. And that's it. That's always going to be the most important thing. Hey, Sam. Cody says, design course available now, on sale. Use code COFFEEBABY. Ayub says, what is your idea about graphic design? Do you see it as an art form, and do you believe people hold it as high of a standard as you do for drawing, painting, etc.? Graphic design is definitely an art form. Definitely. I think it's different from drafting, very different. It's much more about precise control, but it's definitely an art form. It's better understood than drawing and painting, just because people are so much more used to things like logos and things like that. You see graphic design everywhere, but you could go days without seeing a drawing or a painting, you know. It's quite difficult. I'm no good at graphic design. I've always struggled with it. I definitely have low starting stats for graphic design that I have not practiced much. I'm always very jealous when I see someone has the knack for graphic design. I think Manuel is talking here about what I said about Odd Nerdrum's philosophy. I'm talking about how they think about painting and how modernism kills the beauty, and they claim that we need to look to the past in terms of art. No, I don't. I mean, within the lens of painting like Rembrandt, yes, you obviously need to look to the past to master that lens and to improve that lens and to understand that lens. But it's only through that one narrow thing, you know. You don't have to look to the past in terms of art for all of your standards and all that. Certainly not. And there's plenty of modernist stuff that is beautiful. I don't know. I can't get with it. You know, I know a lot of drawing and painting people think that way, but I honestly find it kind of just cringe. You know, to me, it's clear that it's just like you're just inflating your personal prejudices into an overall philosophy about aesthetic, and I just think it's silly, you know. You know, stuffy oil portraits of nobles are not the most beautiful things ever made. You know, they're not the only beautiful things ever made that set the standard for what beautiful is. It's just silly. It's silly. Ronnie says, isn't it called gatekeeping? Or maybe I'm using the terms wrong. Well, I don't think Odd Nerdrum would be considered a gatekeeper. I mean, he doesn't really have the power to keep anyone out of anywhere, you know. I don't know. I think it's, you know, very few artists have any power. You know, there's not much they can gatekeep. You know, artists are like about as low as it gets on the power hierarchy, on the power ladder. Ronnie says, I suck at graphic design. I would like to get better at it. I see people in concept art who had backgrounds in it and their presentations are like always moi, perfecto. Yeah, I've always been jealous of that. People who had great presentation skills, not in words, like on the paper, great sheets and layouts and books and things like that. It's a great side skill to have for a designer, certainly. You know, once you're on the job, a lot of the time you're collaborating with the graphic design team. So, you know, you've got other pros to back you up, but especially when you're starting out and things like that, great side skill to have. Manuel says, they include also building design and city designs. How simple forms deteriorate in certain form the brain. I don't know what this, I'm not quite following what the second message means, but when you say that they also include building designs and city designs, are modern cities less beautiful? I think their problem is less with aesthetic and more with just developer slop, just mass production of cheap buildings by developers who want to have high margins, big margins, and make a lot of money. I think that's what Odd Nerdrum's people are actually angry at, because even the most maligned architectural movements like brutalism, there's brutalist buildings that are fucking beautiful. They look awesome, right? Like any of those things, there's ugly versions that were done by people with bad skills and no vision, and then there's the ones that created the movement. Really awesome versions done by people with skills and vision. But yeah, brutalism was taken from its original, the people who held its vision, and turned into a way to mass produce, right? And then, yeah, of course, it got ugly. Same thing with suburban houses and things like that have no character and all that. But when you look back at history, the huts of the peasants aren't fucking around anymore, are they? They were all made of wood and rope and hides. They all rotted away, right? All that's left is the stone masonry placed by slaves, custom engineered to honor the kings, right? And palaces and villas of the rich and the Medicis and all of that. Of course, the past looks more beautiful on balance. Only the best stuff survives. Only the best, richest stuff survives. I don't know. The argument doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. And the idea that modern city designs are inherently ugly or something like that, I mean, sometimes money does right aesthetic. I mean, walk down the High Line in New York City through Hudson Yards. I mean, it's ostentatious for some. Some people might say it's ostentatious and that sort of makes it ugly, but you feel like you're for real in a real sci-fi movie. I find it beautiful. You know, it really is really overwhelming how crazy it is. And yeah, you could just look around. I mean, walking there at night, yeah, you feel like you're in Blade Runner or something. It's quite beautiful. And it's all real, you know, it's not sets. There's people living in all of those buildings. There's very rich people living in all of those buildings. Denny Villeneuve gets his entire style from brutalism. That makes sense. A says the cultural relativism of aesthetics, choice of subject, and preferences in sound technique seem to elude some people rather thoroughly. I'm always amazed by it. It's incredible how many people don't understand that they're just interfacing with their personal preferences when they assess those things. Cody says, when starting freelancing and nobody really knows you exist, is it acceptable to take jobs that pay way, way under what your current skill level can provide to start getting your name out? Yeah. Forget acceptable. I mean, there's no union for freelance artists, if only. It's like, there's no scabbing. You can't do anything wrong. Like, it is what it is. Do whatever you got to do, Oh, then you said, or would that be just considered undercutting others and ruining the market as a whole? Short of AI, there's really only so much undercutting you can do, on the human level, it's like money that you're getting paid, the needed quality that the client wants, and realistically how much art even the fastest artist can make. It all kind of makes it a little difficult for there to be like really profound undercutting or anything like that. The humanity of the situation actually kind of smooths that out. AI is a different situation. Kind of like with the Game of Thrones, the Feast for Crows illustrated edition AI scandal that's going on right now. That's kind of an example. We don't know what's going on there, but one of the things that might have happened is that this guy who doesn't really have much of a portfolio for this kind of work got the gig because he perhaps undercut by a tremendous amount because he was planning on using AI. Again, nobody knows that that's what's going on. Just looking at the puzzle pieces no one knows that that's what happened. But if you look at the puzzle pieces of like, how could this lead to this, lead to this? That might be one of the things that happened. That can't explain the whole thing that happened with that book, but might be one of the things. Wattle and daub houses are beautiful in Europe. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of the vernaculars that have been lost to time were quite beautiful. But just in general, we can't discount the survivor bias of history, Across history, we've preserved things that were well made because they were the only things that would survive, and we preserved things that we found stunning because they would be the only things we would feel worth preserving, right? Or more likely that we would feel worth preserving. Hellman says, hey, Stephen, do you have any advice for grip pencil techniques to prevent overuse injury? I think that's more about, it's less about how you grip. I've seen artists use every kind of grip, stuff that looks insane. And like, you didn't learn that in school. And that's what they've done for their career. And all they do is draw 10 hours a day, every day, and they're fine, you know? So it's less about the grip. I think it's more about ergonomics of your setup, and especially work traditional if you can, because just working traditional tends to make it, you know, you're going to move your shoulders in a variety of positions, slide the paper around. You're going to point your head over there, over there, over there. If you're working traditional, you can hold overhand, underhand. It's just much more naturally varied. And if you're working digital, then yeah, some of the more ergonomic stuff we've all heard of, like how you sit in your chair and things like that, which is tough if you're on a screen tablet. But if you use a screenless tablet, oh man, you can lock in for hours like this. You know, with your tablet by a perfect 90 degree. Just doing this. You can lock in for hours like this. You feel nothing. It's like you're in bed. It's like you're asleep next to your wife. Just rendering for hours. And hours. You know? It's fine. It's fine. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that. Drawn Sword Graphics says, I seem to be more comfortable drawing with my back to a wall. Yeah. Just keeps you straight up and down, you know? Straight up and down. Do you ever draw with your non-dominant hand? No. Something's off about the shape of this leg. Average says, Steven, have you revisited Leonardo? Still use it all the time. Ugh. I haven't been drawing digitally much. You know, right now I'm working on old files, so they're Photoshop files, so I'm in Photoshop. But yeah, lately I've just been doing everything. I've just been doing paper mostly. But whenever I'm at my computer and stuff like that, like when I'm doing feedback, right? Feedback I do in Photoshop because, you know, I'm doing adjustments, you know, changing levels, writing text, things like that. But whenever like I want to sketch something, you know, I'm in Photoshop, I'm doing feedback, I want a little break. It's so easy to just boom, hit Leonardo. It launches in 2 seconds. Boom, I'm drawing and just, you know. Just go, oh yeah. Now that's what I'm talking about. It's me. Look at myself for a few seconds. Fuck yeah. And then close out Leonardo. How do you think about fear relative to art? There's nothing to be afraid of, man. They're frickin' drawings. The fear has got to go. The fear has got to go. The fear that people, the only fear that people really feel in art is the fear that the quality of the drawings reflects something about their quality as a person. And the truth is, of course, that they do not. Right? Until you're a total badass like me, in which case the badassery of the drawings does perfectly one-to-one mean that you are a badass as a person as well. But before that point, it's like it's only good. It's like you can either reach that point and gain the benefits of that, and before that, they mean nothing about you. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Seriously, in all seriousness, way deep down, that's all anybody's afraid of. If I make a bad drawing, I'm a bad person. If that wasn't what you were afraid of, you obviously wouldn't care about doing bad drawings, right? And that's just silly. You just gotta let it go. But I know a lot of people, you know, the problem is that a lot of people have had experiences where they have like shitty family members and things like that who've literally told them that. Like, if you do drawings, you're bad, you're upsetting me. You're supposed to be studying, I need you to be a lawyer or something like that. Like, that does make it more complicated when someone has that kind of art trauma in their background, but that doesn't make it any less silly. It is still just stupid. Average says, but Steven, if I make bad drawing, I'll die alone. I mean, we make jokes, but that's literally the only reason anyone would care, right? If you investigate the weird negative emotions that swirl around your reactions to bad drawings, it's like, that is the only possible explanation. It gets tied up with all the other stuff too. You know, it takes on various variations. Like, if I can't be a professional artist, you know, if I can't have the career of artist, then I'm a bad person, right? So then you do a bad drawing and you freak out because you think that means you can't have the career of an artist. And if you don't have the career of an artist, you're a bad person or not the person that you want to be / a bad person. It's just, that's really the heart of it, you know? What will happen if the whole world is a bunch of lawyers and doctors? Then we'll all heal each other and sue each other, and all will be well. You know, you don't have to, I don't know. I find I don't need to finish feet like crazy, but you just got to do some amount of due diligence on the feet / shoes. Like, there just needs to be a design down there. It doesn't need to be truly fleshed out, I don't think. At least not at this stage, not for sketches. But I do think it is a bit of a bummer on a design drawing if, you know, the feet are just, it is a shame to leave them there because, like, there's no design, you know? The point of a design drawing is to show some design everywhere. Disegno. Felty. Fix that tangent, and I think that angle's off anyway. Let's see what I can do. Cut this out here. Before I fix this tangent, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, it's freaking cold in here. It's a good thing I'm in this sweater that I call Big Comfy. I'm constantly walking around the house going, where the fuck is Big Comfy? I sound like an idiot. Have you seen Big Comfy? Everyone's got one. I know every artist has their favorite comfy sweater for drawing. Hey Zane, what up? Kyo says, if I can't change the world through art, what's even the point? Indeed, my friend. Indeed. Kyo says, this is correct. Comfy sweater is performance enhancing and tunes you in. Absolutely. Everybody's got one. Can't lie to me. I know every artist has a big comfy. Boxer Wing says, my big comfy is a fluffy pink bathrobe. I hope that's true. I really hope that's true. I hope you're not lying to me. I really hope you're not lying to me. Daryl Grant says, I didn't know that was universal. Anytime the weather is good, my big comfy is a super soft hoodie I have. Yeah? Yeah, no, it is universal. If you guys ever, at least in my experience, if you guys ever work in studio, the artists even bring it into work. you know, because eventually everybody realizes they've all got it. Everyone in Artist Alley, at least when it's the season, they all wind up bringing Big Comfy to work, and it's hanging off the back of their chair. Some of them, it's got to be a work appropriate Big Comfy for sure, but still, it's like the B string Big Comfy. Always maximum comfy. Buggy says, I don't have one. That's why I still suck, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Shit. Damn, it sucks that I don't have Big Comfies in my merch store right now. All right, don't get one yet. I'll make Zapata designed and approved Big Comfies. You got to buy one of mine. Mine are obviously the best. Steven, what is your biggest dream? I think I saw Yuri ask, but I forgot to answer. Yuri, did you ask earlier, what are my goals for the next... Yeah. Steven, what is your goal as an artist for the next 5 years? I have a lot of things in mind. One of them is I want to put some kind of book out within the next 5 years. That's one of them. But that's a big one and a hard one. I don't know what kind yet. People on stream have heard me mention it lately, but that's been on my mind, you know. I think I'd really like to do that. As for what is my biggest dream as an artist, I've gotten to realize a lot of them, you know. I think these days I'm down to I would like to work with my friends. And by work, I mean like it's sustaining us. I would like to, at some point in the future, work with a group of people who I consider to be friends more than coworkers on something together that sustains us. Now, I've had that one in mind for a long time, but, you know, that's a hard one to do. But I think I'll get there. I don't know if that's opening a studio or just having a side project, like a book or a comic or something like that, that we do together. But something like that. It's tough though. The tricky thing about that is just getting it off the ground, you know? It's a big undertaking. It's a financial risk for most people. A lot of the other dreams that I've had, I've been extremely lucky. I've been able to do them, you know. We've had a good run. I like that this is a shark. I forgot that I did that. That's fun. Nocturne says, Steven, played any games recently? Was thinking about Arc Raiders now. You know, I just had a kid, so I haven't had a lot of time to play games. I really haven't. The last thing I like seriously played was the Elden Ring DLC. Shadow of the Erd Tree. I played a little bit of a Mega Man X when getting ready for the Mega Man X stream last week. Just to remind me about what's important in that game. It was very little. Like I killed Chill Penguin and that was it. One boss. Nocturne says, congrats, man. I've been kind of missing some in-between streams. Thank you very much. No, it's been a wonderful time around here. We're fully in Babyland, and it's very cute and cuddly. All right, let's poke at this guy a little. The homogeneity of this arm always drove me crazy. I like the arm. I actually like the anatomy and the rendering on it's fine. I just what I mean by homogeneity is that up on the face he's got spots in areas like this, and I never got around to putting the spots on his arm. So I'm gonna put the spots on his arm. Because he would definitely have some. Omar says, Steven, have you ever seen Lord of the Rings? I have, buddy. I really have. I'm missing some questions here. Let me go back a little bit. Nocturne says, Seinfeld George snow jacket. Yeah, the Gore-Tex jacket from Seinfeld is big comfy. Oh, yeah. That's the way to go. I bet that would be a great one. That's my wife. When she's cold working at her desk, it's never like a sweater. She's in like her going out winter jacket at her desk. She runs very cold. Googe HH says, Googe HH says, hi, Steven. Any advice on self-promotion? I always cringe away from it. And have you ever dealt with that? Oh, I mean, we all deal with our own cringe. I mean, Jesus. I have a YouTube channel, right? One of the most common things is you have to edit. You have to listen to yourself talking for hours and hours and hours. I mean, there's a lot of cringe there. Everybody hates the sound of their own voice. But self-promotion does not come natural to most artists. You just have to bite the bullet and do it. There's really no way around it. It's we live in an era. Here's the good news. I think that the current culture understands that to survive, you need to market yourself, and everybody understands that, and so nobody really cares if you do it, that's great. This is the time to practice promoting yourself, because what a blessing. Because before this generation, we were carrying much more of the Gen X, early millennial energy, where selling out was a thing. People were very concerned with being a sellout, and promoting yourself was considered like cringy and being sellouty. And I thought, like anyone, until they see culture change, I grew up in that. And of course, since that was the water that I swam in, I thought that that was an inherent part of the world, that, artists should be concerned with being perceived to be sellouts or not sellouts and all of that. And I was quite amazed to see that even that is culturally conditioned, and that people don't really care anymore about what a sellout is or isn't, or a lot of people don't even understand what the word sellout means anymore. So like all cultural things, that will return. Selling out will return. It's always a pendulum swing. But for now, this is a great time to practice self-promotion because basically nobody holds it against you right now. It's a great, great time to practice it. So just do it. Especially younger people. Younger people really don't seem to hold it against you at all. Older people still might, but you get that. That's because they're still in their generational thing. Hello, Roundbrush. iNocturne says, I also see you added chat. Now I can stop asking if I'm appearing in it. Nobody cares about this, but just to say, I started adding chat because YouTube's chat replay is super buggy. A lot of the time, it doesn't actually let you see the chat replay, I've noticed. So it's just safer to do it this way because, yeah, I see on other people's streams and on a lot of my back ones, like the chat replay is just gone. It's always bugged. It says can't do the chat replay. Okay. The other thing is exactly what you said, that you don't have to ask if you're showing up in chat. I've had a lot of people lately sending me angry messages thinking that I am censoring them. Like for real, people send me insane emails and messages where they're like, I can't believe that you deleted my comments or my stream messages about my position on Iran and why aren't you talking about your position on Iran and things like that. And I'm like, you don't understand that I didn't see them. These people don't know that YouTube censors the messages before. I don't censor anything. I don't care. Whatever stupid thing somebody says, I'm just going to let it disappear into chat, right? But I feel no obligation to answer anything I don't want to answer. But people assume somehow that I'm getting like the messages over here and instead of drawing, I'm moderating them and deleting crazy off it. It's like yeah, of course YouTube's censoring your messages. You're sending crazy messages about Iran, right? So yes. Actually showing chat on stream might show that it's not me, that YouTube is intervening on these things before I even have a chance. Jesus. Suplex Mess says, how much thoughts do you put into the story inside the art you're working on, mostly for bigger projects? Huge amount. Huge amount. I used to teach story at Art Center. Dramatic narrative was the class that I taught. One of the classes that I taught. So huge amount. Talking whole story arcs, beating stories out. So like doing beat sheets and things like that. 5-act structures, everything. I'm a big fan of story theory, actually. Big fan of story theory. So yeah, a huge amount of thought. It's one of the things I help people with as a teacher, It's one of the fun, I like doing that because a lot of artists don't, so I find it very fun to actually help people with story. Ronnie says, how did you land your first studio job and what was your experience? How did it feel? I got it through a friend, through Ahmed. He was working at that studio already. He got it through his roommate. His roommate was working at that studio. And I don't remember how he got placed there. So it was a classic, knew a guy. And it was great. I wound up staying there for over 3 years and had a jolly old time. It'd take a long time to explain my experience, but I really like working in studio. It's a lot of fun. A lot of artists just want to be alone in the studio all the time. I'm not that. I had a great time being in studio. So Ahmed brought me in when they needed help on a project, and I poked around on a few different projects, but you might actually say that I landed the job later because I was around for maybe 2 months, something like that, and they were actually going to let me go. They didn't feel like I was a good fit, and I don't know, I guess they just didn't like the work that I was doing on the projects that I'd been put on very much, or who knows, I don't know details. Maybe they thought I was taking too long or something like that. And they had basically decided to let me go. They told me this much later. And then they put me on a project, and I doing a very different kind of thing. It was like doing storyboard style things for this project, which is not what I'd been doing on the other projects. And I did that in my own kind of way, which stood out to them, and I kind of knocked it out of the park. And then because of that, instead of letting me go, they offered me a full-time position. Also says, do you enjoy drawing for work? You don't enjoy it? I like drawing for work. I like it. I may be misunderstanding your question, but I do enjoy it. Hi, Joey. Joey says, I won't be ignored, Dan. Yeah, the YouTube chat replay is just all bugged up. Contraline says the chat replay is visible only after 1/4 of the video duration. What? After the stream ended. Unless you cut something or edited the stream, then the chat is gone forever. What? I hope that's not actually how it works. That's so stupid. The chat doesn't appear immediately. You got to wait after 1/3 of the stream duration. No, but what I'm saying is that I've gone to live streams in the archive that are really old. We're talking years old. And the chat replay is fine on the video before it, on the live stream before it, the live stream after it, and on that one, gone. Just no chat replay available. That bugs me. Kyo says, I think Oslo meant, how can you enjoy drawing for work that you don't like? And then Oslo confirms that. Well, the more important meta question to ask yourself is, how did I wind up doing something that I don't enjoy, right? And you can't necessarily fix that on that job, but every time that happens, you should take it as data and reassess your path and the steps that you took and see, can I avoid this in the future, right? But on the job itself, the thing that I've always done is that I build it into the schedule to find a way to enjoy it. So instead of just gritting my teeth against it, even if the deadline's pretty severe, I will put on the calendar, on the schedule, like let's say 30 minutes, where instead of working on the piece, I'm going to take out a notebook and I'm just going to write down ideas for how to enjoy the project again. Sometimes it's silly, sometimes it's serious, but I find even just the act of taking seriously as a part of the creative process, the brainstorming for just ways for me to like this again, very freeing. I usually go the silly route. I try to find something funny I can add to the project that even other people might not notice it, but well, they shouldn't notice it on a lot of client work, right? But it makes me happy, you know? An example I always say on here is I was once doing this like piece of marketing art for like a restaurant, and I really was not having it, and I did this, and I decided that I was going to put like a different story at every table in the restaurant. So I made one set of people, like one table was like guys at a bachelor party. Another table was like two people on an awkward first date. Another one was like parents celebrating their kid's birthday and they're like super burned out and things like that. So like a little different story, but it's subtle, you know, very subtle. Like you would never notice it really unless you're really analyzing the picture closely. But that little extra funny challenge got me back into the picture. And Yuri donates 75 NT. Thank you so much, Yuri. I appreciate it. He says OD by caffeine. You see, that's the amazing thing, Yuri. Me and my son, we can't OD. It's impossible. We can't OD. We have an infinite tolerance for pure, uncut Colombian coffee. An infinite tolerance. The lethal dose, the I-50 or whatever it is that would kill another person, don't feel it. Don't feel it. Sorry, hate to say, just built different. Don't feel it. And obviously my son, I've been running this experiment, he doesn't feel it either. It just makes him more powerful. Thank you, Yuri. I really appreciate it. What is that phrase? Someone in the chat will know. There's like some number phrase for like the dosage of a drug that would kill half the people who take it. I hate having the memory hole for a bit of vocabulary like that. Like someone needs to plug that hole for me right now. It's a good word to know. The LD50. Thank you. Thank you, A. That is it. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, Yuri, the LD50 on caffeine does not affect me or my son. No overdoses over here. So you feel free to send as much caffeine our way as you want. We don't sleep. Neither of us, but that doesn't count as an overdose. Maybe I want a bit of a hue shift with these. Could it be I want something warm? Yeah, maybe a little warmer. Works nicely. Ronnie Niemer says, I'm hearing a nice faint music in the background. That's good. Nice and faint. It might be an oud. It's the, it's called Path of the Godwoken. Yeah, it's an oud. You got it. Path of the Godwoken oud version. It's from the Divinity Original Sin 2 soundtrack, which is one of the best video game soundtracks ever. It's my go-to for sitting around doing fantasy art. Always gives me good nostalgia. That was a game that me and my boys played during COVID. That was the game we played during the COVID lockdown. It's a great, great co-op game. Your dad plays the oud. I recognize it because of that. Nice. You've got a sensitive ear for it. Kyo says, okay, I've spent a lot of time earnestly pondering this and finding alternate viewpoints, but I cannot for the life of me rewire my brain from thinking that art I make is officially shared. Thinking that art I make is officially shared once it's shared on Instagram. I can put it on any other platform or on my own website, but why does my brain think Instagram is the official default? I don't even like it and I hardly use it? Shit. That's like $1 million ad for Instagram right there. Damn. They got in your head, dude. I mean, that's all it could be, right? Just Instagram's in your head. I think your brain must be identifying Instagram as some center of clout, even if you don't like it and hardly use it. So since it's like since your brain perhaps thinks it's a center of clout, it's like, yeah, maybe you publish it on your website, but in the back of your head, maybe 5 people a month look at your website or something like that, but there's much more people looking at stuff on Instagram, right? It's like if it's something that deeply in your brain, it's always going to have to do with something primal like that, something about clout, status, hierarchy. That's what my gut says. I personally don't think a piece of art is officially shared until I've shown a person in person. That's what I'm always looking for. To me, that's the real debut. I'm talking for a pencil drawing, of course, but more and more, that's like my real art for me. So for me, that's the real debut. First time a friend is over and I'm like, let me show you something. Put it in their hand. I always say something stupid like, go on, you can hold it. It won't bite. I remember the last time I did that, my friend Stephen Green was in New York for Comic-Con, the comic book artist Stephen Green, and we were hanging out, and I had to travel to go see him. Not far, but just like I wasn't at home. But before I jumped in the car, I threw that most recent drawing. It's actually behind me on the. You can see it. Well, it's all blocked by statues, but I threw Hunting with the Ancients in the trunk of my car because I was like, maybe I'll show it to him because it really matters to me to actually show people the physical drawings. And we hung out all day, and then it was like the end of the night. He was going to have to go back to his hotel. And I was like, oh, I'll walk you back to the train. Let's just swing by the car and, let me just put this thing in your hand. It was so funny because I realized we were doing it like, pop in the trunk. It's like I'm drug dealing drawings out of the back of my car. It was very silly. It made me laugh. It was like beep beep. Just the yellow cabin light. That's nice. Drac Senguan Bleck says, hi, Stephen. Sometimes I feel that my more technical and precise drawing style limits me from creating more organic and dynamic designs. Do you have any advice for that? Abandon your drawing style for a while. The arc that people have to go through with something like that is you abandon your style for a while or incorporate and prioritize some new elements that allow for the organic and the dynamic. And then you sort of return to what you naturally did before, but with some of that new excitement integrated into it. That's the usual cycle. Artist Sad says, what is the intrinsic value in showing others your personal, close to heart art pieces. It's very important for me. It is very important. I mean, most of my motivations are intrinsic, but still, there is still the natural desire to share with others. And I don't understand what you mean by what is the intrinsic value in showing others your personal, close to your heart art pieces. Like, it is intrinsic, so there's nothing to say, right? I find it intrinsically wonderful to put a pencil drawing in somebody else's hand and have them see it at like its real scale, to observe the actual artifact instead of the image on a screen. I mean, it's an actual traditional drawing or a painting is just utterly different from the representations that are online, you know? So for me, the pictures of my drawings online, I'm like, that's not even them, you know? It's not me in the way that a picture of me is not me, in the exact same way as far as I'm concerned. It's like it's only the original that is really them. So whenever I get a chance, I love when people can see really them, you know? Let me mask some of this out. How old are these character designs? I'm not too sure, but probably at least a couple years old. I could go sift through the stream archive and see where I was working on them, but I didn't think to do that. But it's probably a couple years. It might be 3 years. It might be 3 years old. I'm trying to remember what apartment I did them in. Shit, it might have been 2 apartments ago. Which means they might be 3 years old. Have you ever had to deal with disk space problems? Oh my God, are you kidding me? I make videos. I make 4K videos. I make big drawing courses. You bet. I fill the 2 terabyte hard drive on my PC over and over and over and over again. You know, if I'm recording like the whole process for a drawing, I've done this before. I haven't done it in a bit just because I've found it to be so unwieldy, but like recording the whole process for a pencil drawing in 4K will take up that's a terabyte of footage. If I'm recording right off my camera, even if it's not 4K, even if it's 1080p, it's a terabyte because it's always recording at the same bitrate. Or it's recording at the same bitrate whether I'm 4K or 1080p. So yeah, I know all about disk space issues. Johnny Pearson gives $5 more pure, uncut Colombian coffee for my son. Thank you so much, Johnny Pearson. I appreciate it. Might even make this dose of coffee a little seasonal. Maybe I'll put a little pumpkin spice latte dust in there. It's not actually going to be a latte because that would be adding milk. I'll just put the dust in, you know, the little sprinkle of the pumpkin spice. It'd be like when you put cinnamon in black coffee. You guys ever try that? I used to do that. I was on that train for a while. So he says, Stephen, my man, do you think successful artists have traits other occupations don't, such as they read more or have certain temperaments, for example? Absolutely. I mean, it should be pretty obvious, but just like the sheer amount of creativity necessary to be a successful artist is not a normal trait. I mean, most people do not have that constant rush of creativity over and over and over again. Some people never have that once in their life. Yeah, I think it's just definitely that, and we can't discount that. I know that as artists, you know, creativity is the water we swim in, and most people are, you know, kind of creative. You know, they need some creativity to get through their lives, but we tend to think that because that's all we know, we tend to think, well, everybody's creative, right? And as the years go on, you're like, oh my God, no, they are fucking not. No, they are fucking not. Creativity on its own is actually an unusual trait. Beyond that, do they read more? God, no, I don't think so. I think artists could use to read more in general. I feel like artists don't read enough. But I think they're temperament-wise, I think artists are more inclined to be sensitive, and even though it may be masked by certain problems, I think that most artists have a capacity for patience, an increased capacity for patience, yeah. You may not, an artist may not feel that way at this time, you know, that may be something they need to sort of bring out and enhance, but I think that the artistic temperament does come with that. It's like deep down, I think most artists understand that this is not a thing for rushing, you know. Thank you for the donation, Johnny. Oh, Photoshop bugs. This is a new one. I don't know why I have a new bug because I haven't updated Photoshop in years at this point. But lately, when I make a selection, if I change a color down here after I make the selection, my selection, it doesn't get deselected, it gets hidden. And I have to hit hide or unhide twice to get it back. What is going on? Steven, have you ever read Malazan? I have not. I've heard good things, though. Potato Man says, is drawing by nature lonely, or am I just depressed and should meet new people? All of the above. Drawing by its nature is a little lonely for most people. And yeah, you probably are depressed and you should meet new people. That's an interesting question. Demon of Hell Anime Studios think, do you think artists are only creative for 10 years? Where's that coming from? Why are you asking that? Because I have thought about that before. Did you hear that somewhere or read that somewhere? Because I'm interested. Now, 10 years is arbitrary, but I do definitely wonder if there is a prime period of fecundity for most artists. And then you're going to keep going because you love art and there's no real reason to stop. But if you look at the careers of most of the greats, the stuff that most people love from them, like the stuff that made them great, it didn't happen all throughout. It usually they made art all throughout their lives a lot of the times, but there was one controlled period where they made most of the stuff that people are going to know them for. It's like right there. Demon says, I heard that from the Wind Rises movie. I should watch it. I haven't seen it. I gotta get up to date on my Ghibli. That is a Ghibli movie, right? Johnny says, I don't know why, but I thought artists have read everything. LOL, they come across like they do. No, that you're probably just reacting to how pretentious we artists are, which we're supposed to be. Who else is going to deal in pretensions if not us? But no, I find most artists are not widely read. They've been too busy drawing, you know? I need a better plan for what I'm going to do with these boots. Big question. Do I make another sandwich? Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my God, what's on it? Tell me what's on it. I don't even care what the important part is. Just tell me what condiment. Is it mayo? What is it? Are you gonna put mustard in it? I just want to know the condiment. That's really all I want to know. I repeated these spikes too much. So I'm just quickly varying these. Hi from Argentina. Hi from Nueva York to Santiago Van Drago. This is amazing work. Thank you. Bedbug powder works if you need something white to put on your graphite. Bedbug powder on graphite? Interesting. I'll remember that. I'll remember that for the future. Lax says, my liege. Suplex Mess says, Steven, who do you think is dying more these days, the makers or the spectators? Well, it's got to be the spectators, just statistically speaking. There's always more spectators. NM Ogta says, if your mom flips out on the amount of paper you paid for to start up, you might be crazy bad, LOL. What does bad mean in this situation? I'm too unk to decipher what bad means in this situation. Does bad mean actually bad, like you're nuts? Or does it mean bad, like you're a badass? Like you're gonna be good because you bought that much paper? I got news for you. Buying paper ain't drawn. Santiago says, your pencil work is amazing, but these characters are incredible. Oh, that's very nice of you to say. I do love doing these little lineups. I've got a few stacked up here. And more where that came from. Looks like I'm only getting to this one tonight, but just make it corrections I need to. But I've also got these Yeti designs that I want to work on more. And this sheet of nightly animals. I want to do some spruces to this one as well. Okay, that looks better to me, a little more varied, and I want to vary this one more as well. Probably just chop one off. Chop it off, why don't you? Nocturne says 4:06 in the night, but can't stop chilling to Steven's artwork. You know it. You know what's up. Suplex Mess says, I can't help but see a bit of koala with his hair looking like side ears. Yeah, I'm good with that. I am good with that, man. All I gotta say is, I'm good with that. I'm good with it. Koala ear, side ear thing? Oh, I'm good with it. The whole thing. The whole thing. I'm good with it. Punchy nighttime stream, Steven, is going to be a weird era for stream. Artist Sad says, might just be ego, but can you trust the opinion of a non-artist who has no practice in visual arts and design or appeal whatsoever to rate your art, let's say, or probably I can't take compliments? If they have something nice to say, they're the smartest person in the world. If they have something bad to say, they are an insufferable fool who need not be taken into serious consideration for even a moment. That's the general rule book for an artist. That's the playbook right there. You know, it's pretty straightforward. You like me? You have excellent taste. You don't like me? Well, you know, art isn't for everybody. It's that simple. No coffee for Daryl. So sad. Truly sad. How did the first drawings you ever do look like? Me? Terrible. I mean, I'm sure. I don't remember that. I've been drawing since I was 5. I don't remember that. And by terrible, I of course mean the sublime enlightenment of childhood emanated from my drawings. I do think I like what's going on here a little better for the boot design. Could you recreate them for us? Maybe my sister could, because she claims the first thing I ever drew was a cat that she taught me how to draw. So I don't remember it, but technically she might. So she showed you the cat. My first drawing would have been an attempt at that cat. It's like, you know, the way that you teach kids how to draw something. It's like, okay, you're going to make a circle, then a triangle, and then a squiggly line. It was like one of these. I'm not saying it was this exactly, but you know the kind of thing where like you teach a kid how to construct something out of some basic shapes. It was one of those. God, I shouldn't have erased that. That was a fucking amazing cat. You saw that? Did you see that? I shouldn't have erased that. That was like a Frank Frazetta cat right there. I nailed it. I freaking nailed it. It looked crazy. It looked crazy, dude. I mean, you all saw it. You all saw it. You can attest to it. It looked nuts. It looked nuts. The dynamics. The flow of the anatomy. The way that I captured the sheer animal power of that feline. It was crazy. Oh my God, it was so nuts. You all saw it. You know. I am the undisputed master of our era. Everybody knows that. That's right, Keel. Control Z, I can't. I've already done too many incredible paint strokes to Control Z all the way back to the cat. We all saw it. It'll be captured in the playback. But we don't really need to go back and look at it in the recording. You know, it'll live forever in our memory. It'll live forever in our memory as a impossibly good cat drawn off the cuff. Completely free. Nailed. Nailed. Perfect. Perfect. It was perfect. I was there the day he drew the cat. I was one of the viewers on that live stream. Seriously, I'm not kidding. I swear to fucking God, I was there. Good night, C-Day. Careful, man, you might burn 10 years of creativity with that type of work. You're right. I gotta watch out. I better watch what I'm doing. Can't be just winging out cats like that. There'll be none of me left before long. Whoops. Forgot I can't be letting these songs with Forgot that whenever I do get pinged for the Divinity soundtrack, it's always the it's the songs with lyrics. Those are the only ones that are in the content ID system, I guess. Which I don't get why. Are they not in the game? Do streamers not hear them? Beats me. Gotta remember to not let those play. Suplex Mess says, Stephen, under your monarchic rule of the Stevenland, what would be your tax policies for the Stevenians? One original a year. Your firstborn original of the year will be offered as tribute to I, the High Monarch. How do you make ideas for art? Me personally, I do all sorts of weird stuff. I like to keep it weird, baby. And I recommend everybody else do that too. I read a lot, do a lot of research. I touch base with my favorite things when I'm confused. Whenever I'm hankering for a new idea and I'm just like, I know I want to have an idea, but nothing's coming, I just try to learn something new. You know, I spend a lot of time on Wikipedia or reading a book or something like that. That always does it for me. Just, you know, get fascinated. Stephen, will you do a ZBrush stream like you did before? I'm not opposed to doing it the next time I do ZBrush. Why did I? When did I do a Z? When was the last time I did a ZBrush stream? It must have been a long time ago, right? I think I only did it once, right? Did I do a good job? Is that what you want to say? I don't remember. What the heck did I make? Try to remember what I made. Hey, Sturvern, you ever plein air paint? Oh yeah, lots of times. I used to do it quite a bit back in LA. I've done it less so here on the East Coast of the United States, but I have taken my watercolor box up on a few hikes and things like that. Much more active plein air scene out in the West Coast. I used to do it a lot out in LA. Hello, nobody. Wasn't it for the drawing with the monks walking by the trees? I did use some ZBrush in that, but I didn't do a stream where I did that ZBrush. There's a video where I show like the ZBrush models I made for that drawing, but I didn't do it on stream. What's your favorite animal? Architeuthis ducks, the giant squid. Saw a new video that was recently captured of a sperm whale underwater but coming towards the surface with a giant squid in its mouth. It was like the first time they ever got footage of that. That freaked me the fuck out. I hate that. I just, it always freaked me out how deep the ocean is and that things that big are down there. And just seeing real footage of that sent a chill down my spine the other day. I mean, it was awesome. Don't get me wrong. It's awesome. But, oh boy. That's some truly terrible nature right there. In the classic sense of the word terrible. I find it awe-inspiring. I'm struck with fear and awe. Even whales are into tentacle stuff. Oh my god. That looks better. Sometimes the quickest way forward is to erase. Nocturne says, are you going to do stream again soon? Just curious, kind of feeling bedtime now. If you're tired, go to sleep. Don't wait on me. It's looking like I'll probably be doing it Thursdays. Maybe I'll do it every Thursday. I think it's going to be either Wednesdays or Thursdays. I think right now, with my newborn, I think once a week is a realistic. I think once a week is a realistic goal for stream. Gavin says, I don't stop rendering till this stream ends. Oh, buddy. You're in for it. Ever drawn something that scared you, visually or existentially? Where I scared myself with a drawing. Not like ooh, scary monster scary, but there was one drawing that, not at the time, but looking back, I thought it predicted a future event and in my life. And when that when I got quite a fright when I looked at the drawing after that had happened and pieced that together. Goodbye, Kyo. Rest well. Safi said, I just watched Frankenstein and you came to mind. Did you watch it? Not yet, but I'm gonna. I'm just, we want to watch it with my father-in-law. So we're just waiting for a day that the three of us, the four of us with the baby, can sit down and watch it. Don't worry, the baby's not watching Frankenstein. He'll be either on the monitor or he'll be in his bouncer facing the other way. Not that he would, I don't think he's at a level to be really scared of things like that. I don't think he can grok them, but it is amazing how much attention they pay to screens, even when they don't understand what anything in the world is. You know, he doesn't understand what he doesn't even like look at the bottle that his milk comes from, and but they can't help it. There's a glowing rectangle. They're like, oh, like moths. Pictures might stick, though. It may sound irresponsible, but if anything was going to stick, Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, probably be on brand for this family. It'd probably be fine for that to stick in my child's deep unconscious. Very on brand for the family. Sarah Endesil says, for once I catch a stream when I'm sitting at my drafting table, no less. Joyous day. Perfect. Perfect. My dad would think that movie was demonic. Frankenstein. Demonic. It's classic. If anything, it's anti-demonic, since the whole story is about how Frankenstein really should not have played God and created life. Anyway, if your dad's got a problem with it, you send him to me. I'll talk to him. You send him to me. I'll talk to your daddy. No, especially those spikes up there, breaking those up. It was a small thing that did a lot for me, because that was one of the main things that drove me crazy about where I had left this. What happened to the project you had with the Mayan temple people art sketching, or is it still going on? It is still around. That, if I'm not mistaken, that would have been for the project that I was working on with my friend Joe, the comic I was working on with my friend Joe. But we haven't been working on that lately. That's on hiatus because I had a kid. We did not write that comic like I was going to have a kid. Yeah, it'd be nice to finish that at some point in life, but becomes a huge financial investment because of the huge amount of time it would take to actually finish it, to sit and draw it all out. It's not like a small or medium project. It's a really big one, so when you get really practical about it, it starts looking like a lot of time making less money on the calendar, you know. Anyway. It did look awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I was just looking through designs from that the other day while I was looking for stuff to clean up in sessions like this. Did I have anything from that I'd put in that folder? Let me look at something. It's mostly environments I pulled from that. Just making a folder of old stuff that I want to clean up and just make more presentable. And from that project, yeah, I'd pulled mostly environment stuff. I thought I had pulled one. Oh no, that was a couple character things here. Oh yeah, this. I thought about working on this today. This sheet of little costume thumbnails from that project I really liked. I hadn't thought about these until I bumped into them like 2 nights ago. I thought these were odd. I like the way these came out. Especially this guy down here. I'd like to take these further or color them or something. Fun mycelium fungus styled costuming. A lot of mycelial connection inspiration. Nice. Safi says, by the way, I want to thank you for talking about the spiritual side of drawing. It's been quite useful having some kind of reference when trying to make sense of it in other aspects of my life. Great. Yeah, I think it's very important. That's why I bring it up whenever I can. I'm glad I helped you. Art is a spiritual practice in the end. Sometimes we wind up doing a lot to try to repress that or forget that, but it is. Even if you don't think about it that way, anybody who goes on the art journey for a long time, for the years that it takes, it winds up transforming you in all of the ways that you would hope a religion would. It is a spiritual practice. Good night, Suplex Mess. Color is my religion, even if colors are a mystery. But it is the mystery that allows it to be a religion. If it wasn't mysterious, you wouldn't care enough. It couldn't change you. Could not spur devotion and interest. I had recently watched your deep dive video about color. Mind blown. I'm glad. It is mind blowing when you really think about it. If anyone's curious, go check out my video in the Deep End playlist, The Mystery of Color. Color and the nature of qualia. Fascinating to no end. So that feeling of total peace when I draw sometimes, is that what they call destroying the ego or something? Sarah Andersill says flow state. It could be a part of it. It could be a part of it. It can go pretty deep. I mean, certainly the flow state can get so deep that time is lost. You literally just wake up like a half hour later, realizing you have been drawing for a half hour and you don't really have any memory of it. And, in that moment, the moment you didn't experience, right? This lost time, certainly the ego was destroyed in that time. In some sense, the whole cosmos was destroyed in that time because you unexperienced it. But, that's sort of what sleep is like. And most people would not say that sleep is the destruction of the ego. It's sort of, it's like there's nothing there, and so there's nowhere for that to land. Flow is different from sleep, though, because it presents you with the mysterious fact that action, and in fact quite complicated action, continues in that time. And that is truly interesting, isn't it? I think that's basically worth changing your core belief structure about existence over. It's a very interesting thing. All I'm saying is that people define something like ego death and destruction of the ego. People all define it very differently, Two monks would not agree on what that means, so the phraseology and all that is not something to get too hung up on. It's what's happening in that experience. whatever's happening, I would like to say that it is very beautiful and I would say extremely important. It is extremely important, that peace that you feel in flow. Frazetta would buy old paintings of his from collectors just to work on them some more. I didn't know that. Is that true that he would buy them to work on them more? I know he would buy paintings back from collectors, but I thought that was just so that he could own them because he was pretty sure they'd get more valuable. It's like he was just dealing with his art the way any person would buy an art investment, right? It's kind of funny, but it also makes perfect sense, right? He's like, well, someone else would buy this knowing it would gain value. I might as well buy it as an investment. I can sell it again later for more money, but I get to have my painting back and hang it in the house. He was, after all, his own biggest fan. Sir, what tablet are you drawing on? It might be in the description. It isn't. It's in the description of my videos. Go click on a couple recent videos, not streams. Click on a couple recent videos, and in the description at the bottom, it lists my drawing tablet. It's the Huion Comvos 24 Pro or something like that. I can't remember the exact name. It doesn't say it on here, so. But you'll find the exact name, like I said, if you go back a few videos and check a couple descriptions. I think his granddaughter made a video saying that, yes, he'd buy them back to have them in his collection, but would then notice things he'd want to alter and then just paint over those parts. Yeah, I mean, that's his prerogative. I mean, obviously, he did have an incentive to just own his paintings. Frazetta opened a museum to himself in his lifetime, right? So he was obviously incentivized. It wasn't just for fun. He was incentivized to buy his best paintings back once he opened the museum, to have them in the museum and get people to come to his museum. I mean, to open a museum to yourself while you're still alive, it's like, he was the best. The ego on that guy. Come on. That rocks. Good night, Adern. Mm-hmm. Mad M Lad says, I just started drawing digitally again after a long hiatus, and I've noticed that low res feels a lot more controlled and easy. Is there value in really finishing a work at low resolution? I don't know. I've never experimented with that. You should go run the experiment and then come back and share whatever gold you find. Let us know. No music? It's just at really low volume right now. What is this? A lot of tablet talk. Skull Myers is talking about Kevin Llewellyn hiding the fact he was a commercial artist. He made these crazy Gnomon videos with a voice thing and a glove. I remember those. His pseudonym, Puddinhead. I have to admit, I remember thinking that was, as a commercial artist who wasn't ashamed and couldn't imagine being ashamed of, getting paid to have cool ideas and things like that. I was like, that is the lamest thing in the world. I remember thinking that was the absolute lamest thing I'd ever seen. Don't think I'll be able to finish this guy. On this session. Guess I was thinking of a rim light here. Never did it. Just had a mask for the teeth. Lines. Teeth. Oh, well, I actually named my freaking layer. I guess I have the lines merged on here. I don't remember how I was working on these at all. Do you have any tips for drawing hands? Nothing that'll save you. Nothing. No, in all seriousness, I mean, hands are one of the best places to understand the anatomy. There's not that many muscles on the hand. Tendons play a part, but it's the bones, Take some time to actually look at diagrams of the bones, memorize the bones, understand the relationship, how they construct the back of the palm and things like that. Carpal bones, metacarpal bones, all the good stuff. There's not that much meat on hands actually. The bones are so much of it. What do I want to do to this guy? As simple as his render is, it works for me. I already I think the face is good. I like the textures. I don't really feel like I need to do much else on the body. Unless I was going to take it to another level, but I don't think that's appropriate for sketches like this. Maybe I'll just do his do a little sprucing on his clothing here. Good night, Eye Nocturne. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words on the kid. Do I even want that, or do I just want to redraw it all? These, I think, were meant to be bones. If I can recall from possibly 3 years ago. Possible. Some mystery bone from some mystery creature. Ziglam says, where do you start if all you care about in art is finding comfort? Oh, you got to start within. One of the great things that art can provide is comfort, peace, joy, a real treasure realm, a real treasure realm. To unlock that treasure realm, you need to, for most people, you need to be very mindful while you draw. You need to be open to introspecting while you draw. Allow yourself to feel what is happening while you draw. Feel the body, feel the sensations. Especially, a level up, feel the nature of your thoughts around the drawing as they arise. Feel how ideas arise, feel how judgments arise. It's not that long of a trip through that stuff to get to what you're looking for. A little bit of time spent doing that for a lot of people will unlock the treasure realm. And then that is an incredible resource that you will have for the rest of your life. It doesn't really matter what you're drawing as you pursue that, you know. It's about the nature of your attention, what you're doing with your attention. But my God, the comfort that is available there is 1,000 watts. A warm, gooey glow of connection with the universe. It's the good stuff. Stephen, will the full transformational anatomy course be completed within the next 5 years? No. I doubt that. I do doubt that. Transformational anatomy is very low on the priority list. I liked making it, but to continue the series, it's just like, you know, just to be straight with you, nobody bought it. You know, it's just not, there's not that many people interested in that. I hope that people can generalize what's in the first two. Sort of, once you grasp the concepts, you can imagine how they would apply to the other parts of the body. You know how to imagine, don't you? Ain't you an artist? Sorry for typing a lot. I don't get to talk about art much at the factory. What are y'all making at the factory? No, the chat is definitely a place for artists to meet each other, exchange a couple ideas, inevitably get frustrated with each other, fight, and then I have to break it up. That's chat. I'm just kidding. There is usually some kind of fight, but they're usually not bad. They're light fights. Because, geez, once you start talking about art, all anybody wants to do is argue. Oof. Closing in on midnight over here. I am going to start wrapping up soon. I need to say to remind myself. We fight robots here? Yeah, I am always amazed when the occasional AI bro comes in here. I'm like, why are you here? What do you think this is? Like here of all places. Brownie's back. Who's fighting? Can I join the fight? No one's fighting right now. I'm sure a fight will break out if you stick around long enough. Don't like this cloth. Don't like this cloth. It matches the others, but it's just nothing going on with it. Okay, now I'm seeing I need to add a design element, and I shouldn't be doing that when I'm tired. So let me not do that. Get sleepy. Instead, I'll just call it right there. I know what I'm going to start with next time I open this file. That's always a great place to cut it. You know exactly what you do. All right, I'll fix that loincloth. Add the design element to that loincloth. Right in, straight in. All right, everybody. I'll leave it there. I've seen this black sword before, maybe in another stream. Yeah, this idea, I don't even know what this is. It's almost like a I'm thinking like a beachcomber seashell kind of a texture turned into a sword. I don't even know what it is, but I've sketched this before. This is an idea I've returned to a few times. There's something brutal about it I like. I have not quite found the design where it fits just right. No, you done for today? I think so. It's near midnight here. And I've got to do one little thing before I go to bed, so to give myself a few minutes. That was fun. I'm glad to be poking on these guys again. Just cleaning them up a bit. I definitely want to do these guys in a session. Well, really just that guy on the left. Because these guys, their design is, I'm just cleaning up. These guys, I need to clean up the two on the right, but then I really need to do a bunch of work on this one on the left and keep going on the design and stuff like that. Fun. All right, if anyone's got any last questions or anything, I'll stick around for a couple more minutes. See if I can answer anything. How's the little guy and Fanny going along? They're both great. Fanny's blowing her coat right now, so she's releasing an unbelievable amount of hair. Oh my God. Unbelievable amount of hair. Daryl says, I'll be up hopefully pulling my last all-nighter on this mural project. Oh, I hope it's your last. Then you'll be done. Free of it. Free. What is your favorite cookie? A brownie. Brownie's my favorite cookie. I do prefer brownies to cookies generally, but if it has to be a cookie, no, genuinely, just a classic chocolate chip, I think is just the perfect cookie. I think there's few things better in the mouth. Better in the mouth than a home-baked classic chocolate chip cookie. Who's better, Goku or Vegeta? I mean, Goku when you were a kid. Now as an adult, like Vegeta's is more interesting. I don't know. I think Vegeta's more interesting now. A while ago, you were doing some oil painting. How's that going? That was a lot of fun. It ended after that while. So I had to start, my oil painting time went into recording the design course. And then I moved. Then the baby came. Here we are. Brownie can be cookie, says Elysius. Yeah. Luis. Hello, Mustafa. And goodbye, because I'm going to bed. Ronnie also asks, do you like ice cream? Yeah. Sure. I love all sweets. I have a terrible sweet tooth. I love all sweets. Oh, did you hear that pop in my jaw? That was good. That was good. Oh my God, sleep is going to feel so good right now. Fuck. Sleep is going to feel so good. Been a long day. Oh. All right, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for drawing. Nice, slow, steady, patient progress on cleaning up these designs. That guy on the left looks so much better than how he began. Design's the same, but just there was really nothing there from like the waist down. So I always said I need to just come back and just do his shoes real quick so that they don't just look like complete sketchy nothingness, you know. It's not like they're refined, but they're there now. There's actually a thing there now. So that was good. And don't forget, right above me, Black Friday sale until December 1st. Form for Imagination and Design Fundamentals are both discounted. Get your cursos, get your feedbacks, get your learning going on. And I will see you guys all either, Wednesday or Thursday next week. See you, Uncle Steve. See ya. Said with my most avuncular tone. See ya. Sayonara says, just joined but want to say great designs. Thank you. This is a fun sheet. I love doing little character sheets like this. Just three guys next to each other, foiling each other, contrasting, setting each other off. A lot of fun. This is like my favorite way to work, you know. It's like any one of these designs, it's just like, I don't know. It's like I probably wouldn't even work them up this far. And it's like, but putting them together and making them play off of each other, it just gives them so much purpose and charm. You know, I love working like this. Good night to Ronnie. Good night to Daryl. Goodbye to Lack, Mad M Lad, Astaful Mao, Sam, Mustafa, Safi Sayonara, Yuri Huang, and who'd I miss? Was that everybody? I think I got everyone. Elusuis. Good night to Elusuis. Good night to everybody else who was here for stream. Happy drawing, and I will see you all soon. Bye-bye, everybody.